Okay, let's go. Today we'll keep working on optimizing the whole map and everything around this game. As at the moment, we still have a lot of problems with the performance, which I already fixed a lot of things, but not everything yet. What we make last time was that we already finished the amount of nodes. Before we had like okay, the game is loading still very, very long. But here in monitor, we can already see. And we start the game. Okay, wait, no objects. Okay, I still have to understand. We already spawned the objects when I remember right. Well, probably in global data, and then in the world script. Where's the world script? Here we go. And here in the start of the scene, add player to game, spawn objects. This we need to call, and when we start the game, we'll check. We should spawn them. Why the objects are not spawning? Spawn objects, possible spawn points. Oh, we need to call setup layer. Okay, let's test this. Get used cells. This way. I feel like I just... Okay, something just changed. I feel like last time I forgot to save some steps. Forgot to save some steps to and base get tiles IDs and base null instance on the null value. Floor world dot get node floor tilemap layer object tilemap layer dot get tiles IDs. Okay, it's this one. Why this one is base null instance? Is it not existing yet in the moment when we call this function? I feel like this is not existing yet. I mean, it's already here. And then we got the error that it's not existing. Huh. Object tilemap. So we just need to write it one time. But why it's not working properly yet? Why it says that get tiles IDs in a null instance? I'll try to print something. Attach script, built-in script, test, create, print, init. Print. I'm ready. And here I'll just say at this point I want the IDs. So when I start, then I have to check. I'm ready is before this one. Okay, let's see. I'm ready, start game. I want the IDs. Okay, so the problem is objects. All right. Delete script. Objects was the problem. Nope. floor tilemap layers slash objects tilemap layer. It's exactly the same. Why it's not working? And why it's already always called in a while loop? Object tilemap. I can see what it is. Okay, it's actually the tilemap. It's working. Get tiles IDs in base tilemap layer. Okay, it seems like that get tiles IDs it is not working on the tilemap layer. For what we need this, I feel like we don't need this variable. Set cell random position pick. Okay, let's see. Hopefully it will work properly. Okay, at least we don't got an error, but we don't spawn anything too. Object tilemap dot set cell random position pick. So we go to possible spawn points. It's possible spawn points we got here, and here we check in floor if get custom data object can spawn. Okay, this is what we check now. So when we go to floor, we go to tile set, we go to this one, we go to select, custom data, object can spawn. It's everywhere here, but here it's not, here it's off. But here's object can spawn. So here it should work. So we have the spawn points, and here we pick one random. We have these tiles. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it should be fine that we choose a random object. But I feel like this is not doing it what it should. Can I wait? After the while loop, I want to print the whole. I would like to print the whole object tile map. Dot. Is there a like tile map layer? I should have like a used cell count or something. Why sort origin? Rendering quadrant size? Nope. The returned array is copied and any changes to it will not update the original from your CP. Probably this. Let's see what we got. It should be filled with at least something, because in the beginning it's is empty. And it is filled with stuff, with numbers. No, this is not helpful. Is there nothing like get used cells? Okay, here we go. Okay, actually we have used cells. There's just a problem. Is it because it's... No, it's not. I just thought because it's underneath. But why it's not showing the graphics properly? Can I get cell data? Get cell atlas chords. Tile atlas chords of the cell at coordinate chords. Okay, alright. Let's see. Okay, everything seems to be like a very small number. Random position pick seems to be very small. Something seems to be not alright. Ah, okay, no, it seems alright. These are the Atlas cards. So 1 4 is like 1 4 should be here. This one. Oh no, this one. Okay, so it should work. But it's just not showing properly. Why is that cells not working properly here? Let me check. So this tile set has just one layer. So this one is 0 0 0 0. So what we sent over okay, let's see. Copy this part and then set cell what we need to send over is chord source ID. Source ID is 0. Atlas cards, which is fine. And the first is cards of the position where. Okay, I think that was the mistake. At least for the object. Nope, it's not. Zero, 2, 4, 6. It's this one. 0, 1, 0. Coordinates. Random position pick. Source ID 0. Atlas cards. This one. Randy range and X is 0 to 4. And randy range in Y is 0 to this one. Did I miss something? Coordinates is a vector 2. then the source ID, and then atlas chords, and then the alternative tile, which we don't want. So it should be right this way. Black Mango. Yes, welcome. Why it is not properly working? How I can check? Is there like tile set? Tile set. Can I check something here? Get. Get source. What is that? Return the tile set source with ID. Source ID. Okay. This is not helpful. Get source level. Get source count. Get source count. Maybe. But it won't help me. How many times this got called? I mean, if it's just got called once, then it's clear why it's not working properly. It got called how many times? 4,000 times. For I in random position. Okay, that are the trees. Hello, froggiest boy, welcome. Okay, why it's not working properly? Why we don't spawn objects here? Welcome. This text to speech is working. Floor. We should have nothing here. Great. This is not what it's supposed to look like. We should have objects. I mean, I call this function, otherwise I wouldn't print something before. But the set cell is not working. So when I do it manually, we go to this one. And this is working. like it should. And they're also laying on top, like they should. Object tile map. I mean, dot to get cell, get cell tile data. It should print something now. Actually, the data. And it doesn't print anything. Oh, wait. Yeah, of course it doesn't print anything. When I don't call it as a print, then it will not print anything. Okay, we got data. 1,400 data. But how the tile map looks like, I cannot see, right? I can just see the tile set, but I don't have any way to see the objects right now. Huh. Actually, I don't want to spend that much time just to figure out how to set tiles. Um, I mean, it is setting something, but it's just not displaying it. The chord seems to be okay. This chord seems to be okay. What is random position pick? Could it be that this cell, this position is just too big? I feel like. Yes. Okay. I got it now. I feel like we just got a big circle around the island with objects. But we probably cannot see any. We still have to just got tile. We don't need to multiply it by 32. We just need the direct position, and that's it. You never see the full picture, and that is all your fault. Okay. Start. Okay, it's working now. Great. So we have this object be spawned now. Spawned now. And now we just need the same thing with trees. And for this, we need to create a new tile set. So we just go to the birch tree set and go to open an external program. Then we are here and we just canvas size. All right. Okay. This one. When this game will launch, and what is it about how big it is? When the game will be launched, I did not know yet, but it is a farming RPG with a story and automation functionality. Similar to, people say it's, the automation could be similar to Factorio. I never played it. Factorio? Thanks for following in YouTube. Thank you very much. Black Mango. This is for procedurally adding grass and mushrooms. Yes, and scraps to the whole map. Before it was limited to the garden, and right now it's not limited to the garden anymore. Victoria is amazing. Okay, I maybe have to try it out. Maybe there will be a day where I'll stream it. The problem beforehand was that I had in this game, in monitors, there was a list of 22,000 nodes which I was loading to the game, because I was loading this object as single nodes and objects, and as I spawn them like 1,000 times and they all have children's, which is an area, sprite, and so on. I just changed this way to spawn these objects to spawning them on a tile map rather than as objects. It's like crack for coders, not gonna lie. Okay, I have to try it. Yes, let's get back to the trees. I just forgot what kind of trees I have. I have birch, I have birch and oak. Did I had oak? No, I don't had oak. Which trees I had? Pine. I had pines. Pine tree sheet. Open with external program. Copy. Paste. View grid settings. With 64, I guess, and this is 96 if I'm right. Nope, I'm not. So it's 96, 96. Yes. Oh. Okay. Just like here. Are you doing this yourself? Yes, I do everything on this game myself. That's why it already took that long, as I'm working on it right now. Wait. Okay, this pixel has to be here. W solo dev, yes. Okay, now I have to rethink. What kind of trees I had? I had pines, I had birches. Oh, and I already can delete this one. Delete, remove. So we don't need later on. Birch, pines. Maple, maple, maple. Maple tree. Open external program, copy. Paste. Okay, this one is very large. This way. I think with this way, we have a bit more variation in the colors. So we don't use just 2 different kinds, we use all 4. Maybe it will give the game a bit more depth. We'll see. Maybe I'll just put out some colors. Okay, I did this again. Way better. So save. And the last one, we had one more tree. Or did I remember wrong? Wait. I'm sure in the Steam page I had a screenshot of the trees. And it seems like I had just this 3. Yes. Okay, it's just this 3. So we'll just delete this last row. Okay, save it. But we will save it as PNG, but tree sprite sheet. Make a tringly one. What is a tringly? I actually already draw so many plants in this game. I think they allow around 55 different kind of plants. I'm actually a bit done with drawing plants in this game. So first of all, we'll delete this birch tree sheet. And I want crazy. Yes. And every tree and every plant has an animation of 4 growing stages. So I'm really... So we have tree sprite sheet here now. We go to tile set. We'll just put it... We'll just put it inside. Yes. Okay, here now I need to... That was a mistake. Delete. Setup, and we just say this one. Let's see if we can make it properly. Now we go to select, and we'll just expand it. I think the texture origin we also need to change to be here. Shouldn't be a problem. The only thing is I don't have animations for like idle animations, wind animations for the trees. That would be also great. This is something what I wanted to do with shader. but it doesn't look that well like I wanted to have because I use outlines. If you do sprites without outlines, it will work a bit better. But when you do sprites with outlines, it looks not good, as the outlines sometimes disappear. Okay, now we need to go to paint, and we say texture origin. And I think we have to do 32 in the y-axis, like this one. And then it's changing this position to here. Okay, that's it for now. The rest we'll set later. Now we just check if the spawning is working. So we just go to here. What is current number? 0246. What does it mean? Okay, I don't care. I just delete this. Set cell. The random position is right. This one is wrong. We need to go to 1. And here we just copy paste this vector to I creation from here to here. And we say 0, 2, 3. As we have just 4 different. And 3 different, so we say 0 to 2. And when we do everything all right, it should do the spawning properly and also avoids what is item? Birch log slot resource. I mean, it's still there. What is this script? Temporarily print flowers. Okay, actually, I do not need it right now. Why I want to print something with the for loop. Something seems to be wrong here. Did I delete something? Not data. Item name. Item type is still there. Oh well. Godot. App user data. Gross. Save. Delete. Maybe that's why. Was that the old save file? Nope, it's not. Resources, item slot resources. Plus I. Item slot resources is not empty. I is birch log slot resource. Oh, I know where the problem. I think it is the world sprite. And the same problem I will have with the mapper. So let's fix that first. And the same problem I will have with the pine. Open anyway. So now we shouldn't have a problem. Now we should have trees. Yes, we do have trees, which has a very, very weird... And the spawning amount of trees is very low. And it seems like that we have just birches. Or I feel like the other trees are just not visible. That could be. Oh, wait. 0. This is 3-0. Six zero 9-0. How I'll do that? Oh, wait. I can say, when I remember right, in Randy range. In Randy range, you can say that you will have steps. So this one is 0, 3. 3, 3. Wait, and this one should be 0, 0. Okay. Spawn objects. So we say 0 to 9, but steps will be 3. Okay, so there's not a possible way to do that, but what I could do is, so we have 0, 3, 6, 0, 3, 6, and we have 0, 3, 6, 9. Yes, okay, let's start. And here we go. We have a proper amount of trees. And we do that. But there's one thing what I don't want. Don't want that trees are spawning near each other like this one. Howdy. Hello, John Sana. Welcome. The Y sorting is not properly yet. And I don't want that trees are spawning this way. Like beside each other. I mean, the most of the time it doesn't looks like it's spawning near each other. I don't see a tree yet which spawns directly beside another one. This is a pretty cool looking game. Thank you very much. Okay, objects are fine when they spawn near a tree, but trees should not spawn near a tree. I feel like I forgot this one. This is 1 minus 1, and I think 1 minus 1 I forgot in this array. Hello morning 107E. Welcome. 1 minus 1. I forgot 1 minus 1. Yeah, I don't like to always have this array. So I have 1 1 1 0 0 minus 1 0 minus 1 minus 1 minus 1 0. So I should have 9 positions. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So I forgot 1. I forgot 2. I forgot 1 minus 1. And I forgot minus 1 1. So now it should work. Let's see. Okay, now we shouldn't have trees which are growing near each other. Okay, they always have this spacing in between. The Y sorting is not working properly yet, and also we can just walk on top of them. And we cannot harvesting them yet. But there's one important function which I always like to have for this. And that is that when the player is walking behind the tree, I want they got like invisible. Before I can do that with an area 2D, but right now, as I use them as a tile, I'm not sure how to make this work. So first of all, we will fix the Y sorting. So we'll just go to Objects Tile Layer. We'll just place a few trees. Here, 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 here. And then we'll fix it for the first tree, and the other trees shouldn't be that big problem. And we will add the player to the scene. Player. Here we go. So right now we just on top. What we need to do here. Physics, transform, wait. Visibility, Y sort is enabled. So we also should enable Y sort here. And ordering. And we'll just check with this one. if the player he's at 0 point. Oh wait, this will be the right order. Y sorting is also enabled in this parent node. Oops. So we go to this tile set. We go to this trees. We take this one first. And here we should have Y sort origin. It is here. But right now nothing is happening. What is this Z index? Z index is 1. Oh, Z index should be 1. So now when the player is here, he's in front and here's behind. Also here, but here it's not true. Here he should still be in front, but just like here he should be behind, but here he should be still in front. So the trees are actually fine. So we take this one, Y sort origin. We set it to 16. We'll just check it. Take the player. Oops, minus 16. Okay, it's fine. Before it was a bit better that the player is just like walking through it, and even he could be in front of the first row of mushrooms, but that wasn't possible because this will cause that I have 22,000 nodes in the scene, and this will cause just problems. Right now I'm thinking that he can walk on grass. This is fine. But maybe he shouldn't be possible to walk on mushrooms. But the dog will be possible. Will be. The dog will be. Can walk on the mushrooms. Before I start the game, I have to delete this player first. And I have to objects layer, and I have to delete this one. As we just fixed it, the player shouldn't be able to walk on the trees anymore. I will have a proper Y sorting as the trees with themselves and also with the object. So we are walking behind the trees when we should, and we're walking in front of the trees when we should. And we also now need a collision shape, as we don't want that the player is walking through the trees. So we just go to our tree sprites tile set and we set oh, we don't have a physics layer yet. We need to create a physics layer on the tile set. So we go to the right here. Physics. Now we physics. Oh, we have to click on tile set first and then physics layers, and we add one. One is fine. This is a player layer. Then we go to physics layer and we add one, but we need to modify it a bit. I like to have always a shape similar to this one. like a triangle, like a with this cutted edges, so the player will just slide on them and not like collide with them. So we have this one, this one, this one, this one. Maybe here I'll make that a bit bigger. Doesn't need to be properly. This is fine. Okay, now we should have a proper collision shape with the trees also. Maybe I should do the edge here a bit better. But we shouldn't be possible to walk through trees now. We have this. Walk around trees and we can't walk through them. This is great. Before I also had like shadows for the trees. But I do not know how to make it. I was doing it with a shader and put it on another sprite. So that's why every tree has an extra sprite which is just display the shadow. I would also like to have shadows again, but this is something that I'll do later because then I find a way to do it for every object in the scene. For example, houses also. And that I don't have to draw them manually like I did here or like I did here for this object. Here, as you can see here, here's a shadow. I want to keep it this way that when it's shaking, for example, that the shadow is also shaking, but I'm not sure yet how to do it properly. I think there will be somehow a way to do that with shader. So the next thing is that we are not able to harvesting the trees yet. When we take the axe, why this was happening? What was happening? What I wanted to check before it's X, this one, shop. Before we was able to harvesting them with a space, but we are not able to do that anymore. So what we need to do is add the player. We need somehow an eye. Before I do that with the raycast, but I think I will not do that with the raycast anymore. I just define a point which will always be in front of the player. Okay, this one is too much. This one we'll do later. Similar to the dock point, which is here at the moment, I will create a dot, which will be a point for always check the position in front of the player. What is this area? Object checker. Do I use that? Scripts. Object checker. Here's the only if where I use the object checker. This function will check if a clicked plant is in the object checker of the player. But for what? That I'll check that something is nearby the player? For that I can just use the player's position. And where do I use this function? Wait, I can just delete it and check where I'll run into errors. Here, this one I can just delete. So let's see. Okay, seems to be okay. Shouldn't be a problem to delete it. The next thing is body part. Just like... Okay, maybe I'll clean up the player right now. As you can see here, the script is very long. What is the point light 2D? Okay, this is something what I'll delete. This was something for when I go into caves. Fishing pose is something what I'll delete here. The motion sprite is something what I'll delete here. Okay, let's see. Awake time tween. Okay, this is fine. Dialogue ended. Delete. Hello, Vitaly Kovsh. I hope I say your name right. Welcome. Move player is fine. That dog position is also fine. But for what I have dog position point then? Did I use it somewhere? Why I don't take the player's position and then set the velocity? So what if I just do this one now? And I start the game. How big is the distance between the player and the dog? And then if the distance is not big enough, then I just increase it and then I don't need this node anymore. Okay, what did I break? Okay, I set here the dog position point position. I set it here. Okay, if I just change it to position, of course, it will just change the position of the point. But I think all what I need to do to make the dog moves and following the player is not something what I'll do in the player script. This is something what I'll do in the dog script. Um, yeah, I get node. Just like this. Okay, I mean, the position is way too, let's say 32 pixels. Then I think it should be fine. So the dog will always have a distance of 32 pixels. That seems to be a problem with exact 32 pixels. Um, what can I do? Um, multiplied by player speed. Why it's doing this jump between velocity 0 and velocity play? I think this is problematic. Somehow. There's a problem. If distance to direction to. Velocity is. Where do I use the intended velocity? And where do I set? Change dock state. Check for player visible. Okay, the animation I think I don't need to take care at the moment. Move to next objects is also something what I don't need. I just need to find the place where I just change the state, change the animation between idle and walk. And where do I set the dog to idle? Check for player area. Change dog state. Where do I call this? Ah, okay. Only when I click it. Okay. So where else do I send the dog to the idle state? Here. Change the movement of the dog for looting. Okay, but there's no way that I set the dog to idle. I just say it one time and there's a seer. And to set the animation to idle, I need to have the current state idle. Huh? Yeah, only idle. Why should check this one also? When it's idle, then it's idle. And when it's loot, then it's loot. So at the moment, here, I have to set If it's this one, then it's idle. And here it's walk. Now it should be right. Still shaking. Because the dog is not knowing if he should, which animation he should do. If it should be up or left down. Okay, this is a problem. That it always starts the animation from new. Do you take breaks? The broadcast has been going on for an hour and a half. You might get tired during this time. Actually, I will take break when this around in like 3 hours. So it's very fine. The animation. I need to fix this animation. But thanks for the reminder. Okay, before we'll fix the dog, we'll fix the player. So let's see. We have all this in data, which actually doesn't make sense that we save it in the player at the moment. I don't see any good reason to save this data in the player. Why don't save it just directly in player data? And I just need to check if when I start a new game, if this data is really used. So for example, when I have this, and I'll just buy 2 items, and I'll put one in the inventory and one in the toolbar. Then I want to check if they are really used. So we go to player. Inspector. And we have, for example, first the player XP seems to be alright. Player level seems to be also alright. Speed 48. Yeah. Money count, okay, also got used, but inventory, I feel like we didn't use it. So the way we use it is where do we store it? How the player knows that the inventory is used at the moment. And where the inventory is saved. In global data? But because here it's not. It's all empty. And this is also all empty. So where do we store the data? This is something what we need to figure out now. And best case, we go to inventory interface. Slot switch inventory, machine process transfer, machine processing. I'm new to this channel. How long have you been developing games? 2 years now. Almost 2 years. Maybe like 1.5 years. This is my first game. I also program other games, but not on stream, but this one is my first one and the longest project. Okay, we have player inventory data. Player inventory data here. The problem is now I see it is from the inventory data we have here on the right. Wow, the first game and it's so big, yes. Actually, it's not a good idea to create a RPG as your first game. Probably you will learn almost a lot of different systems, for example, like inventories, items, resources, save game, character customization, tile maps. You learn almost everything, but it feels like it will never end. Like you will never finish the game. And that's maybe a downside of a big project. So right now I have the problem that it's not properly. I mean, I got the player inventory data from the player directly, but also not. So when I go to inventory interface, world, UI, inventory interface, and we just go to, we have VBox container, and here this toolbar, and this toolbar has a script, and in this script for slot data and inventory data dot slot data. Where we got this inventory data from? Populate item grid, and this we call world get node UI inventory interface VBox container player inventory is connected. And why we need to do that whenever we just connect the script? We connect. We send over inventory data from set toolbar data. Okay, let's find set toolbar data where we call it person player dot toolbar data. It's actually this one, but in my case, it seems to be empty. Also here, we call inventory data, we set player toolbar. And set player toolbar. We send over player.toolbar data. Why I call it even twice. Okay, there's a huge. And the problem is, it is working. And if I just fix it now, it could be that it's not working. Wait. Toolbar. Let me check. Well, if this toolbar tells me right now that the slot data is empty. And how is it possible that we can see it here? Okay, the slot data is empty, but the texture rack is filled with the right texture. But this slot doesn't has a slot data. So when we do the toolbar right here, but we set it to slot data. We create a new slot. We add this child to the item grid, and then we connect it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, right back. Okay, I think all the way how I'll populate and create and things, I will write also new the whole inventory system that it make it simpler to understand and simpler to use. Because at the moment I feel like I don't create the toolbar properly. Um okay. First the player. So we have the player. Idle, walk, run, loot, farming, sleeping. This is fine. Current state is idle. Intended velocity, energy tween, awake tween. Put out fishing rod. These two signals. Actually, put out fishing rod. I'll delete. Okay, it's also not existing anymore. And the other change energy, I'll put in global signals. I'll just rename it. And we'll just go here. We say signal change energy. This way. This signal is handling when is used for when the player's energy is changing. Save. And then we go back to the player. Here we go. So kill energy. Okay, the order of the script is weird. So we have ready. Awake time tween. Set children owner. So that the sprites will be owned by the scene. This is fine. So this is savable. Update animation is also working properly. Decrease energy. When this will be called. Gain energy. So every 5 seconds I got a new energy. Until when? Until max energy. And when do I call it? Nowhere. Okay. So I think the first thing what I could do is connect signals. So what we're gonna do now is we have a signal whenever the energy of the player is changing. And the energy is here, wherever it has here max energy and current energy. These are both things what we don't need. So what we're gonna do now is we set it directly. Oh wait. We need both. My fault. We need max energy and we need current energy. And whenever it's changing, we need to emit the signal because this signal will be emitted here. And whenever it's got emitted, maybe I'll say change energy here. And this here is amount as an int. And then we say wait. We just decrease it directly, I think. But wait. I mean, a tween is not necessary here. This one will happen when the player is running, that it will also decreasing every second the player is running. I don't want to do it in a tween. I just say this here. And the kill tween thing. The process function I put to the top. Here. So we have move player update animation. Change current energy. This one is doing exactly the same. We just need this one. And when we're running, we want to lose energy. And when we idle, then we want to gain energy over time. And there's I need to. Well, there we need to think how we'll do it properly. I think we need just a process, and we just say um, energy queen. So let's say manage energy, for example. Fishing I'll delete completely right now. Awake, move, change energy. And we just say here, manage energy. If current state equals player movement dot idle. Then we say and here we say 5 seconds. We'll gain. So we have idle, walk, run, loot, farming, sleeping, but only in run and walk we want to lose energy. If this one. So now we should lose energy when we walk, and when we be in idle position, we should gain energy. Hello, he. It's not Friday today, I know. It's Thursday. How are you doing? Hello, Via. Welcome. Okay, save, refresh. This is not. Congrats to 1K subs. Thank you very much. Just reach it at the beginning of the day, beginning of the week. Connect signals. Here we go. I'm in Germany right now. Where in Germany? And how is it with that hot weather at the moment? Munich. Nice. Global, global, global. I think now I connect all the signals. No, here. And here. Okay, well, here and here. And here. And here. Okay, but now I think we did it. Let's see. Again. Well, I still need to change something. See, now it's even better. Did we check for the current state rather than the speed? Okay, we'll see if we lose energy. Remote world. Current energy is very low. Well, I feel like the await statement is not working properly. This await, I feel like this await is not. I think because of the processing. Okay, now, but it won't do the other things also. I need a better solution for this. I have to run manage energy in a loop. Rather he'll gain energy or he'll not gain energy. Um ah. How I'll do it in the best way. Ah. I need to run this all the time. Um, how I can run this one in the loop? So whenever we change the state, but this will not work also. On a tween loop. New energy tween. And then we say create tween. How I can recall a function. I need to loop call this function. Um, um, while true, I never thought that this is a thing. So I can just copy this one, put this one in ready. And when we start the game, we should gain or lose energy up to if we run or standing and idle. So let's see. Where's our energy? Okay, it's losing. Okay, here it's not supposed to have houses. Trees. But this with the energy is working, but just once. Because current energy is now 103. Somehow it's not working forever. How many loops we do? Two loops. Okay, two loops is not good. So this is not working properly. Okay. So true is not long. Do I have to say await? So when I'm running, I should lose the energy. But it just stops. It just stops working. Huh. Um, see. Okay, it's not decreasing anymore. Now I'm at idle. Where do I see the current state? Current state is 1, 0, 2, 0. But the energy is not changing anymore. It's like the loop just stops working. Even we never stop it somewhere. Um, ah. 1, 2, and the moment when I just start running, this is the moment where it's not working anymore. This is the moment where it's not working anymore properly. Oh, because the return. Okay, well. Okay, the return was destroying it. It's going down. Down. And down and so on. That's great, but we don't want that it's increasing. So we'll just increase it when it's 100 or below. When it's below 100. And also here. Just this way. So we cannot have less than 0 and cannot have more than 100. And change energy should be wow. Connect signals. Global signals dot connect. Changed energy with set energy bar. And set energy bar is here. We start the game. We should lose or increase our energy up to what we have saved in the player. Yes. Comment the if elif and just change it to -1 energy and see if it works. Hello X, and it seems like it's working right now. But thanks. Okay, it's working. The only problem what I see here is it's not a proper way to do that. Because the problem here is that when the players start running, I think I'll do the timer the same way. Because then the player, but okay, okay, I need a way. Maybe it doesn't matter that much. Because now I have the problem that when 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's not counting properly. So for example, when I'll just wait until I have like 99 or 98. So we have 98 now. Let's wait 97 and then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we just need to wait 2 seconds until the energy reset. Or that when we're running, when we stay in idle, 1, 2, 3, and we start running now, we'll lose 1 rather than gain 1, even we're waiting 3 seconds. Huh. What could I do here? I mean, I could. I think the best would be when the timer will always start when we change the state. So, for example, now and now, now and now, now and now. When we stop, then the timer will just reset. But the problem is, I changed the state in process. I set it here in move player movement idle, and walk and run when it's not velocity 0. Huh? All right. Yeah, makes sense. Um, um, maybe I should live with that. That the player is losing energy even he shouldn't. Maybe at the moment it's fine. Actually, he also gains energy when he shouldn't. So maybe it's just opportunity for the player if he know this that he can get this extra energy. I mean, in most of the games, you will not got energy back just by resting and idle. So maybe just okay. Awake time tween. Why it's a tween? Why it's not just a simple timer? That was when you were hunting the energy to disappearing bug. Okay, the player seems to be okay. Except all of this. The good thing is he is an unready. Can I just stop using unready? Where I use it? Just go to the player scene. All right. Way better. Oh, is it better? Is it better? Oh, oh, okay. Okay, well, I feel like this one is the better way, at least for this one, because we call it here multiple times. The time it detects a change in player's idle or run states. Maybe try resetting the timer immediately if it detects a change in player's idle or run state. Yeah, but for that I need to track the changing of states. So I think it's fine. Um, so player should be fine. What was that bug before? Let's ignore it. Okay. Well, the inventory was that what I wanted to do. So let's see. I can handle the inventory. Where do I store this script? So we have world script. May also need to have in the if else statement within the energy. It prevents energy removing if he has stopped when the timer runs out. You know what I could do? I think your message just gives me an idea. And this is... Oh no, we are just moving across here. I just thought I could just temporarily save. Wait, I could. Variable uh, before state equals current state, and then I just check. But then it will skip it. And if it skip it, then the player has the opportunity to just run and walk for free all the time. When he just stops all the time. Like... So we check if it's run, walk, then it will minus, and otherwise this. And if it's not the same, then it will just skip it. So we lose energy now. 2, 3, 4. So now it was not matching. And now it's regain. So you have 100, so we start running. 4, 5, 1. Oh wait, now it was... Sometimes now you can run for free. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 2, 3, 4. Can I just delete this? Then we're not waiting the extra second. So that it just goes directly in the new loop. Okay, I think this is fine. So you had fixed the bug from before, yes? So we just check the before statement with the after statement after the timer. And if it's the same, then we'll just change the energy value. So now we want that the player is able to harvesting trees. Beautiful pixel art, by the way. Thank you very much. So we go to the world scene. We go to objects timer layer. We go to tree sprite sheet, and we need to add loot to the trees. And this is what we do with tile set. Paint. Resource data. I'm glad. Leaves. So we add leaves slot resource here. As an object. So we have leaves, object, and here we will put log. We should have some birch logs. And we'll put object. And here we will put sticks. Stick. All right, now we have this 3 loots from this one. And now we just need to change the log type. Thanks for following on YouTube. Wait. 5 follow on YouTube at the same time? I feel like there's something wrong. I hope there was no bot or something. Okay, 5 more, but why? Could be that it's just not updating properly all the time. Or I just got 5 new follow at the same time. This is weird. Just a moment. Be right back. This is what I was thinking. If player is not idle. Still not idle and 1 energy life. Wait, what is happening with the chat here? 1 second, player is still idle again, 1 energy. Actually, I set it to 5 seconds. So we need maple, oh no, log. We need pine logs. So now I would like to select and check. Birch, 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 birch. Pine, 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 pine. Actually, pines doesn't has logs. Ah, leaves. That doesn't make sense. They don't have leaves. They should have something else, but not leaves. So now we need maple. Paint. But here, I think, from maple, you also can got... Oh well, I just thought I have some maple items. Like maple syrup, but I don't. Okay, now we have this one, but we don't have the amount. Will I make the amount up to the color? Actually, this is the only way how I could do it. Or I'll make the amount being a range. So rather than here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I set the resource amount to... Wait, I could also just say 1. Well, it should be a random number. Maybe I say 2 of each and this is fine. Or 3. Doesn't need to be a random number. It doesn't need to overcomplicate the whole game. Sometimes it's better when the player already knows how much items he got. So he knows, okay, for 20 logs, I need to cut 7 trees. So that is actually very fine. Nothing wrong. This is just a chill devlog. It's good. So we have this one now. And when we are near a tree with the player, uh, um, okay, where's the player script? Somewhere I need to set now the position which is always in front of the player. Player. Where's the player? Here we go. We'll go into the script. And we will check the direction where we are looking at. And for that, I think we can use the intended velocity. Process print. So let's see, what is the intended velocity? If it's 0 when we're standing still, then it's not helpful for us. Then we need to find another way and create another variable which we store to always have the position of the players looking at. Okay, this is great. So we now could check if the player is standing in front of a tree. Because we have this intended velocity. So when we print normalized, is it normalized? I just want to check how we can make it from -48 to be -1. Okay, that's actually it. And now we just when the player is pressing space, this we do in global data. If player dot active slot active slot dot item name equals x print. Okay, now we just variable player dot player. This is looking direction equals is in vector to I, and here we say player dot intended velocity dot normalized, and then we say players. Hi there, Mr. Godot. I've been watching your 2D Godot tutorials and they've helped me out so much. That's great. That's very nice to hear. Do you have some topics in GameDev which you are interested in that maybe I could help with another tutorial? Because at the moment I'm out of ideas for tutorials. I mean, the next one will be a crafting system that you can crafting like in Minecraft. Items like in Minecraft. But after that, it will be maybe took a while again until I have a new idea for a tutorial. As I always want to create something what the people need. Oh, really? Yes. Looking direction. So as we are in global data, we have to go to object tile map equals world dot get node floor tile map layer slash object tile object layer. Is it object layer? Objects layer, I think. Let me check that. We go to world. We go to world. Here we go. We have objects, tile map layer, and floor tile map layers. So we go back to the global data. Right here. And just delete this part. Floor tile map layers slash objects tile map layers dot. Well, you have a video for the enemy melee attack, but what about player melee attack? Also, what about how to make a start screen or map? Okay, actually a start screen would be nice. And map is also a nice idea. Wait, I need to write it down. Just a second. That are great ideas. Add a map. Again. Like a mini map. And add a start screen. Add player melee attack. Yeah, that's great. Player.position. Wait. Player.position.x plus equals 5 minus equals 5 y plus equals 5 y minus equals 5. What is that? And a full screen toggleable map. That's a great idea. It's a really great idea. Okay, let's see. Var object tile map equals what dot. Okay, this. And now we want print. Maybe a full map that only shows places you have been. Okay, this is a bit more complicated, but I'll take a look at it. I never done it before, so I have to find a proper way that it will be done in it, like properly. Print. Tile map layer. It's always better to do it this way. So when we write a variable here, like object tile map, we have the auto completion from Godot. When we press CTRL and space, then we can see what we can do with the tile map. And we need to get cell. Okay, let's see. And here we say we need the coordinates. This is player. Player dot global position. Then we need to say divided by 32 that we have the tile map coordinate. And then we say plus looking direction. So whenever we press space, player and inventory and how it affects UI. Wait. Sorry if I'm distracting you. No one is distracting me. The stream is there for interacting with people, so it's very fine. Um, when you make tutorials, do you have the pre-existing code on another screen or do you do it from memory? Actually, when I do the tutorials, I ever wrote the code beforehand because sometimes you run into steps where you're coding something and then sometimes it's not the best way to do it. So I'll do a I prepared by writing the code once before I take the video. And then I take notes for how I'll building the script. And then I'll delete the whole project. And then I take the tutorial with the code I was writing before, with the notes I write for this tutorial. So that first that the tutorial will be in a length which is okay to follow. And second that I'll avoid as much bugs which could happen as possible. Inventory, yes. I already did before. Actually, there's one of this where I did a mistake and it has to be fixed later. But I try to avoid it as much as possible. And inventory is a very nice functionality in Godot. I mean, in general, in games, I like to implement UI. Even UI appearance is very, very annoying as you need to set every anchor points and stuff. But it's very nice to represent data which you store. Hey Gross, hello Tillists, welcome. Okay, I don't print anything. It seems like I did something. Oh, wait. Of course, because we don't have an X. Okay. Okay. Operands vector 2 and vector 2i and operator plus. Godot 4 got very strict about vector 2i's and vector 2. Cool, the game you are making now is like Stardew Valley? Kind of, yes. Yes, people would compare it with Stardew Valley in most of the cases. So let's see when we have the X. We are not wasting time. We'll just take it and we press space and then is colliding in base null instance. Oh, it's action just released. Actually, this we'll delete for now. Because we just need the prints and object null. Okay, this is great that we have null here. Because it means that it's working somehow. When we stay in front of a tree and we did the exact same thing, I hope it will print something like that we are in front of a tree. A tutorial on how to save player data, player saves, and how to load them. I don't know if that was a good explanation of what I'm trying to say. Actually, I already have a tutorial about how to save player data and how to load them. There's already a tutorial about that and on my channel. Sorry, that was a reference to how you can get the player's position in front or behind. Make a value in front, player plus equals ahead of the player. Doesn't rely on intended velocity, so ideal if player stood still. Yes, but you still need the right direction. And as I calculate the intended velocity anyways, it is fine that I use it as a component of the calculation of the position in front. What's on your desk? This is a mouse pad. A giant mouse pad, which I just got. Oh, save load made easy. I just found it. Yes. Oh, cool. Yes. Really cool. So object null, null, null. And here we have this. Here we have the tree. Here we have another tree. Okay, great. This is great. We just need to figure out that this tile is a tree and not just a random object. So so for the objects tile map layer, I need to make sure that it is that this is a tree and not an object. So that we can harvesting it. I could add another custom data property, which will tell the object type. Thank you so much for the help. I hope my tutorial suggestions were useful. I'm gonna go play my Hollow Knight that just installed. Alright, have fun, PG, and thanks for joining the stream. And the tutorial suggestions was really helpful. I'll just get into it after I just take the tutorial for crafting system. So how we make sure that this is a tree now, what we call, and not an object. Did we give it an object type? Would it make sense to give every object an object type? I mean, it would, but I also could check. Well, why not? Does it make the performance lower, so more custom data I store? If it's just a string, I mean, a string shouldn't be that heavy. Oh, nice. All right. Okay, it is possible to just store as much as I want because it doesn't affect the performance anyway. So when I create them, it won't it will not make any performance problems. So I say object type, and this one will be a string. Yes, a string. String name, string. So save. So we go back to object type. We say tree. And here we say grass, mushroom, pile, is it pile? Pile of dirt and sticks. Or stick, I'll say stick, and this one is scrap. Always just use the singular. And mushroom. I have to shoot off now, but this has been a pleasure. Take care. Thank you very much. You also, and hopefully see you again. Have fun with whatever you're doing now. So save, we have stored also another data to our objects, and that we can read it. We just go back to our script, to the global data script, and where we click the space bar, Space key. Wherever I call it space key. But it's fine. Print. So now I don't want to get cell tile data. I want to get further. Get custom data. Get custom data. Can I say get custom data? Okay, get cell tile data and then say get custom data. And how do I call get custom data? I'll call it on the tile data, which is right. So get custom data will return wants a layer name. So the custom data layer name. So we just say object type, and then we go to the script, and we just say this one, and we just close it. Okay, I have to delete this one. Huh? Identifier object type not declared. Oh well, this one has to be a string as a string name. And let's check it now. So when we start a new game, this is a very horrible hair color here, by the way. It's too shining, too saturated. When we press space now, it's a tree. And this is... Oh, okay. Okay, we need to check beforehand if this object is existing. And then we say... Okay, let's see. Start. When we press space, nothing will happen. When we press space with an X, nothing will happen. Mushroom, mushroom, grass, tree. Okay, it's working like it should. And now we want that when the player is pressing space in front of a tree, we want to have the farming animation of the player. So we just need to say if not current object return, and then we say if object is tree, then also return. But if it's a tree, wait, something is wrong. Okay, this way. So if it's a tree, we want that the player dot current state equals player dot movement state, or how do I call it? Player movement. And this one dot farming. So let's see. Nothing is happening. Now we do this one by the X. Let's see. Okay, it's not changing, I guess. So we go to player. We have current state is null. Okay, current state is not changing from null. So I feel like I did something wrong here. So let's check it. We go to player. It is calling, it's called farming. But I think I also change it directly in process. If current state equals player loot, current state farming and and this is never possible. I have to say or. I think now it should work. Thanks for following in YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have this farming animation. Now we need to somehow talk with the tree. Here we have the tree. Await timer. Await. Get tree dot create timer. Let's say 1 second dot timeout. And then we just set the player back to idle. And then we also say that the tree will vanishing. So we say object tilemap dot set cell, and now we say the cards which we had before, which is we don't need the looking direction, we actually just need variable object current object position vector to I equals this one. So we have this one, we say current object position set cell source ID. So when I don't set anything else, then it should just disappear, right? Okay, there's something with hovering over machines. Something is weird there. And I always got this error. Huh? Okay, I feel like I forgot some. Um, we go back to the world. We go to objects. We check if everything is a tree. Tile set. I mean, it seems like everything is a tree. Yeah. I mean, it's working now, but oh wait, when I'm too near. Yo, buddy. Hello, Shadow. Welcome. Okay, why this won't work? Why this doesn't work? I would like to have a grid on top of all the items that I know exactly. Wait, I'll just create a new tilemap layer. This one, we'll just put it right here at the top, and we just say I should have a grid. So we'll take this one. Tile set, new tile set. Just take this grid, put it here. Yes. Oh, wait. All right. How was it? Select, setup. Or I can just select 4. Just do it this way. Paint. Tile map. We'll just choose this one. We just put the grid all over the whole map. We just start it. Load start. Okay, when I stay here, but here I always have. Ah, okay. Okay, I get it. Okay, here I don't get it. Okay, why this is not working? Okay, I need to print things when I press the space bar. The first thing what I need to print is the position of the player. Because I feel like that sometimes the position is not properly the tile position, which I want to call. Player position and object facing object position player current object print player intended velocity player dot intended velocity dot normalized. When you cut and tree, the game will auto-generate a new one later, or it will disappear forever. Could you please quickly explain how the system works in this game? At the moment, there will nothing appear again. At the moment, you just cut the tree and this will disappear forever at the moment. But the player is able to planting new trees and plants and everything. These trees, which are there at the moment, are just there to got logs. There will be a system to just planting these trees again. But they are not spawn again. Intended. Again. Yeah, but the system at the moment, what I have is that the objects are automatically randomly generated to the world and the player is able to cut them down. So what we have? Player position. Before I have to do this to a vector 2i. I think the problem is here. And if this is the problem, I have another idea is to get the player's local position of the tile map. Okay, understood. If think it's a great implementation. Thank you. Okay. So 9, 12 is fine. And here 11, 12, 13, 13, 14, 13, 14, 11, 15, 11, 14, 11, 7, 17, I need to do it on a tree where it's not working, but now when I just want to check, it's working everywhere. Okay, here it seems to not work. I mean, the code is working like it should. I think the problem is when there's a negative number. And this tree I'm not able to cut. Because? Because of what? Is this tree not existing on this tile map? Okay, get cell tile data, set cell. I want to know what it's printing. Object is, and then I say this one. Current object. Here I say current object is start. Let's see. Load start. Okay, player intended current object is true. Current object is null. Okay, current object is null. Object is null, but current object is not printing because it's null. But why? Hmm. So what if I say this one? So let's see what we got here. This one is -1. 0 is -1. Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Oh, hello, Kelso. Sorry, I was just into bug fixing. How's the stream? Actually, very good. Um, how are you doing? How's the game? It's going forward, but I ran into a bug which I can't explain myself. As you can see here, I can harvesting trees which has a positive vector to I coordinate, but when it's negative, it's not working. I just figured something out. Nee. When it's negative, it's not working, and I do not know why. Good, really, it's hard. Positive, negative. I see you doing progress. Yes. I have just I changed the game to be not 22,000 nodes which are loaded to the scene. Now there are only 800. Even I have the same amount of trees and objects on the floor. But I just do not know why I cannot. Harvesting trees with negative. Position. No. I don't use area 2Ds as this one is too complicated. It used too much performance. So I have these trees now in the game as a tile map. I detected with the intended velocity and yeah, the intended velocity. So whenever the player is watching in one direction, it will always detect the the tile in front, which works properly in most of the cases. But just when I'm in a negative area where X or Y is negative, I got this error. Can you debug your game? What do you mean with debug? I try it at the moment. And see the collision? There's no collision. There's no collision detection. I just detect the tree by its position. It should detect the tree just by its position, but there's no collision which will be detected by the player. It just checks if on this tile map where the trees and objects are, on this tile which is in front of the player is an object, and I also specify it to check if there's a tree. Yes, the collision shape thing I had beforehand, but this causes that I have 22,000 nodes in the monitor. Here I had nodes 22,000 and objects around 15,000. So this was, no, objects around 40,000. I'm not sure anymore. But now I have just 800 nodes. So I save a lot of, the game runs on a much better performance this way. So you can see here the FPS is stable above 170, which is very fine with streaming in the same time and everything. So that's why I do it this way now, and I think this is way better for that even lower computers can play it. And I see that 800 nodes is also a very fine amount. But I just do not understand this bug right now, as I never run into it in my life. Speeding time for debugging your game? What do you mean with speeding time? I can go frame by frame. Spend time debugging your game, that's good. Yes. Oh. -4. So here, when we walk here, it's positive. I was about to ask you how managed to solve the issue that was caused excessive of nodes. I just replace all the objects which you can see here on the floor and the trees, rather that I instantiate them as node trees. For example, a tree was a static body 2D which has one collision shape. Then it has an area 2D with another collision shape. And this one has a sprite 2D and another sprite 2D for the shadow. So every tree had at least 6 nodes. And I was loading around 1,000 trees at the same time to the game. And when you calculate just the trees, then you already have 6,000 nodes. And now these objects, they was able to have 9 until 40 nodes each object. So I also instantiate 1,000. So I have around 14, let's say 12,000 nodes just for instantiate the objects and the trees. And this causes the high number of nodes I instantiate to the world. So now what I'm doing is, rather than instantiate nodes, I put tiles of a tile set to a tile map and put them on the places where before I instantiate the objects. This saves 20,000 nodes to be just one tile map layer. And this is how I save the amount of nodes. But right now I have a problem with reading the nodes in the negative area. So I'm at the player position is -10 and 7. I mean, it's showing the right position where the object should be. So this place here is -11 and 7. So this should work properly. Just a second. But it is not. I mean, the position is right, but it cannot find an object on this tile map layer, on this place. Um, Oh well, I was muted, sorry. I try to print now every possible cell position which is used in this object tile map layer, but it seems like that some are not properly stored there, even they are used. So I'll try to start the game again. I'll take an X. I'll cut one tree. This one, for example. Let's go to find a position which also has a minus position. And a -5, -26. Has to be somewhere here. Okay, I have problems with printing. Okay, well. Um, hmm. Okay, one last test. So we have minus. Did we have a smaller number? -125. But -1 is working. Why there are something cut in your tile sets or lines? This is for debugging. I just put a new tile map layer on top, which is just for debugging. This one. Just put it there for debugging. So let's see. This one is 525. I need a small negative number. -1115. So -1115 should be somewhere up here. Is this? -5, -2. -9, 6. -12, 12. Minus -13, 14. So -13 should be here. Okay, this one is -13, 14. This is exist. I see how I thought it was your own originality in game. It is in game also when you're placing objects that you have it a bit easier to place objects inside into the world. Okay, I need another object. Wait, I think first of all, I think I can make it easier when I go to global data and there where I spawn the objects. Where do I print it? Here. Okay. Wait. First I thought it could be because of this one. I see you wanted a grid line too when building something in the game. You can use shaders for that. The problem is my knowledge is very limited when it's about shaders. You can do a lot of things and a lot of nice stuff with shaders, but I do not know how to do them. I need to learn it. I need to learn shaders. So this one was the easiest way for me to set it up. Yeah, just search it. Is it working for tile maps? Um, Visibility, interior, shader. Yeah. I think this is not what I want. Um, it's not working properly. Anyway, I'm fine with this solution at the moment. Um, just the problem with the negative numbers. Fix bug with negative numbers in tile map layer for objects that are not detectable. See, try shop tree with an X in a negative X or Y vector to I position. Bug fix trees in a negative area. Okay. It's working very well as long as you will find that shader. Yes. So that was it for today's stream. Thanks for everyone who was watching. Thank you very much. If you want to support me and my game, you can easily do that by wishlisting the game on Steam. Here's the link. It's just one click. It will help me a lot. And also, if you just subscribe or follow me on Twitch or YouTube, this will also help me a lot. Thanks to everyone. I think we will see us tomorrow again. And have a great day, night, evening, or whatever time it is where you are right now. And take care.